Okay, time to continue. Up right now. So we traded up for 10,000 and get the saddle. Even at the palace, I don't think I've held 10,000 jug of anything before. My hands won't stop shaking. Here, you better hold on to it until we get to the saddle maker. The backpack. Can you imagine if we dropped in and had to start all over again? Luckily, Avley's place is not far. Just need to head across the plaza. If we dropped and have to start over again, I'd quit. On your own. This is it. Trade we've been working. Drop it. Back. That fuse still in one piece. Alright, time to make our deal. Get your tools ready, Saddler. We've brought your precious mezcal. Wait, you actually got a hand on a jug. Got your hands on a jug, which had nothing, a few measly clumps of wood. What we had was an aspiring trader with the gift for negotiation. Although I'd sooner aid no claimant but Sural Cha, I cannot go against the guiding principle. Hello. The trade is a fair one. I will craft your saddle, Third promise. Great. Stay and wait if you like. I have all the requisite materials, so this won't. Your commission is ready. Catching a wild alpaca is never a simple affair, but you'll have an easier time of it with one of my saddles. Now, if you don't mind, I have other work that needs. I can taste that smooth mezcal. We did it. The saddle is ours. Happy. And to think we started out with only 100 pel basket of alpaca wool. Marvel, you're going to be an incredible merchant. Thank you. It makes me so glad to hear you say that, Third promise. You got what we came for. Let's return to the ranch. The others will be waiting. Success! You traded 10,000 pel jug of premium mezcal for taming saddle. You've acquired the saddle, then? Yes, and thanks in no small part, Mablu. Before you rush off to catch an alpaca, though, let me teach you how to saddle one. I'll bring out one of our wild-born friends so you can practice. I know, I know. This is something I need to learn. Great sunken gods, I did it. He hardly seemed bothered, much less inclined to spit, as if he was completely accepting of Volklamon's touch. This because of a singular scent with which the saddle has been coated. Alpacas find it very soothing. You know, I've never taken a good long look at one of you before, but you're actually kind of cute. Boy, Amy. You're only noticing that? You're only now noticing that. Alpacas are. The roll jaw. Back. Having done exactly what he set out to do. The alpaca is brought. Is it just me, or is it glowing? I've heard tales of such a beast. They say the golden alpaca lives a solitary existence deep in the valley, where it shuns the company of both man and its kind. How did he manage to snare a prize like that? A beast knows its betters. Faced with overwhelming strength, it yields rather than risk death. An apt illustration of how greatly the power of the first promise exceeds yours. Strength alone won't win him our father's throne. I'll be the one to find the golden city, and Thrall can. An everlasting desire for peace can only be forged in the fires of. To unite as one, the people must be taught. They must suffer the horror and hopelessness. Exhaustion from prolonged conflict. The wages of war's merciless nature. These are what moved the clans to join in the founding of Tuliolo of all those years ago. Consider the younger generation of this village. Since birth, they, since birth have they basked in unbroken harmony, and behold, they regard war not as a tragedy, but opportunity. Thus does a resilient son seek to provide education. He offers much needed lesson in the reality of conquest and a renewed appreciation. It's true that war's misery breeds a longing for peace. But I've seen with my own eyes what becomes of an empire forged through the violence you propose. The rebellions it spawned and the ruin left behind. The Garlean Empire was a congregation of simpletons. The oppressed fought back against their oppressors, as well they should. Men are not beasts. Only a fool would seek to rule over all with the threat of force alone. This is why Gulul Jaja did not elevate the Mamul Jaja. Why he treated all clans with equal. However, the first promise has his gaze fixed upon a more distant. He would unite not only Tuliolo, but the star in its entirety. What? Why? I need not explain myself to you. Oh, well done indeed. First promise has completed the feat of gold with an appropriately gold flourish. May I present to you your much deserved keystone. He's always been like that, never sharing his innermost thoughts with me or it's like we're not even family. Probably doesn't think you guys. I'll ponder Zoral Jaw and his mysteries later. Right now, I need to think about finishing the Feet of Gold. I have my saddle, I've practiced how to use it, to lead on to where the wild alpacas roam. The valley of Orun Kanka is northwest of here. Come on, everyone. Even if we can't enter ourselves, we can see Woklamat off on our hunts. Difference. Aether. Sure. I can do this. I know I can. Huron Woklam marshals her courage to attempt the harrowing task of capturing Awa. What they say. How deep do you think the valley is? I glanced over the edge on the way here, but the mist was too thick to even speculate. I never set foot beyond this point. The valley is said to be home to friends far more ferocious than spitting alpaca. Orun Kanka is a steep and treacherous place. Only those with the head ledger's blessing. The Rural Jaw may have caught his alpaca first, but that doesn't mean Woklamat is out of the running. We can do this. Mablu's right. The least we can do is let Woklamat know we're cheering for her.
Good luck there, Promise!
Thanks. I'll need it. Truth be told, still not sure about alpacas. I'd rather not go near one if I can help it. But if I'm to rule this nation, then I'll need to learn how to live with them. Tural is their home too. Right. I'm off.
So, shall we head back to the ranch, or...?
I'm staying here.
As will I. Woklamat is alone in this. The least we can do is stand watch and await her return.
It may be a while yet. Help me pitch the tent.
Where do you keep a tent?
Trust a gleaner to come prepared for anything.
What's a gleaner?
Someone whose job it is to travel the world and procure uncommon things for their employers. Erenville specializes in finding animals, I believe.
But aren't you a Shaitana from Shaktural? Why did you cross the salt?
When I was much younger, the thought of leaving Tural never even occurred to me. But then, some years ago, my mentor tasked me with a difficult hunt. Something I could never find, she said, so long as I clung to the familiar. She suggested that I leave home, leave Tural, and join the Gleaners of Sharlayan. As one of their number, I could experience the world, immerse myself in myriad cultures and customs, see the many faces of nature. And once I had learned what is truly important, I would find that which I seek. My younger self took those words to heart, and off I went to become a gleaner.
Her words alone moved you to leave behind everything you'd ever known? You must have great respect for your mentor.
As it happens, gleaner work was much to my liking, and I all but forgot why I had pursued it in the first place. Yet, events conspired to put me back on the trail I'd abandoned.
Wait, are you saying you were tasked with finding the City of Gold?
I was. And though my hunt is now entangled with the right of succession, I mean to see it through.
Well then, I understand completely. We all have our reasons for seeking the Golden City. Which is all the more reason for us to work together.
Just so.
Bro, she's been gone a whole night cycle. Oh my gosh. Whole day and night.
She should have been back by now. What if something's happened to her? We need to tell Tobli and arrange a search party.
Wait. Do you hear that?
They did it!
You're utterly spent, and small wonder.
Well done, Third Promise.
The ranch isn't going anywhere. Take a rest in the tent.
I think I will. Thank you all for believing in me.
Woklamat had no serious injuries to speak of. However, she had clearly been pushed to the very limits of. I spoke too much. Woklamat is up to it. We should be heading back to Tobli. Alfredo was quick to lend a hand, mantling the tent. This to be his new obsession now, that he's mastered collecting firewood. We're out here for quite some time, but I'm glad Woklamat was able to catch our alpaca, and Enveril choosing to share his story with us. Surprise. Thanks to Alfano and his healing hands, I can actually stand again. Maybe even walk. I'm so relieved their promise came back to us safely. And the alpaca she tamed is healthy looking. Surely this will be enough to satisfy the feat of gold. Woklamat still seems a bit unsteady on her feet. Hardly surprising after she spent the night chasing alpacas. You know what will melt away fatigue like this? Like Magic though. Mate tea. I'll run to the ranch and get a pot brewing. That way you can take your time and the tea will be ready when you arrive. As Mablu so wisely suggested, we shall set a slower pace for our exhausted third province. Ranch, right? Came back ahead of the others, did you? I should hurry along with the tea, then Woklamat's camp. Woklamat can't be that far behind. Oh, that tea really is magical. I feel better already. I see you've become more comfortable around our fuzzy friends. Watching this one taught me a lot about alpacas. What grasses and fruits they eat, what sounds they react to. They're adorable little quirks. I guess I've grown kind of fond of them. Welcome back, Third Promise. Accomplished the feat of gold, have you? Yes. There's no mistaking a valley alpaca. I commend you on your success. Well done. Yes, we did it. Although I couldn't find a shiny one like Soraka did. I'd be surprised if you had. Golden alpacas are born but once every few decades. They are elusive, solitary creatures that are rarely seen, much less captured, thanks to their innate physical and magical gifts. Only a single person is known to have caught one before, that being Gulul Jaja himself. Papa was chasing alpacas too. So my grandfather's stories say. It was before the founding of Tuliolo, in a time when mountain giants, Yokhu, held our people in thrall. Compelled by their overlords, our forebears would ride the alpaca mounts to the highlands to deliver gifts of food and tributes. Those were wretched days, to hear grandfather tell it. Then along came the young Gulul Jaja, yet unburdened by the mantle of bondservant. Our people were amazed by this imposing two-headed figure, equal to the Yokhu in stature, and puzzled by his entourage of mismatched companions. Some trembled in fear, believing a new conqueror had come. Yet Gulul Jaja showed no such inclination. He sat and spoke with us, sipping from the cups we offered him, and grew somber when he learned our plight. None could have anticipated what their visitor decided to do next. Gulul Jaja ascended the cliffs to face the giants, freed the Pelupelu from subjugation. He then turned an appraising eye upon our riders, and proposed we take to the road to peddle our beverages. The suggestion seemed obvious for one who traveled and eated, intent on fostering amity between the clans. It was that a few words from Gulul Jaja transformed us into a clan of an itinerant merchant. I've never heard the bond Papa forged with the Pelopello spoken of way before. The saga is not so detailed. Then you may not know that Gulu Jaja sought a sure-footed guide for his trek up into the highlands. Thus did he capture a golden alpaca. So both my brother and my father caught the rarest of creatures, while an ordering one was the best I could manage. The feat required no more than that, Sturt promised, and you brought back a perfectly wonderful beast. Mablu's right. You're a perfectly wonderful beast, if anyone's ordinary. Not only did you accomplish the feat of gold, you also made many trades and brought joy to many people. Fashion. I sorely doubt your siblings could have achieved the same result. You should be proud of the accomplishments which earned you your. Oh, she just towers over. Five more to go. You're well on your way, Third Promise. We'd have been lost without you, Pablo. Thanks to you, I've learned so much about Pelo people and your custom. It may seem obvious, but I've come to realize the importance of properly knowing something. It was because I didn't understand alpacas that I was uncomfortable around them. I'm thankful to you as well, Woklama. You've given me the courage to say what I wasn't sure I could ever. Probably, I want to leave the ranch and become a merchant. I appreciate everything you've done for me, and I've loved every moment caring for the alpacas. But there's something I need to do. I need to walk my own path and make my own trades. As your parent, allow me to say one thing. I've always tried to give my ward lives filled with as much happiness as I could provide. Yet never once have I wanted that to be the only happiness. You have my blessing to walk any path you choose. It gladdens me to hear you found a calling you would pursue with such passion. You will make an exceptional peddler, I'm sure. Thank you, Tobly. What'd I tell you, Mablu? There's one last thing I can help you with, Third Promise. You need to find the Golden City, right? That's the end goal. And I suggest you talk to the Yokhu. They once ruled over far more than just Rokopacha and the Pelupelu. 1,000 years ago, they were the overlords of Yogg-Tural and all its peoples. During that era, the Pelupelu were commanded to search for a city of gold. They scoured every corner of the continent, never found any trace of that place. But if they didn't find anything, what could the Yokhu have to tell us? They may not have found it, but the fact that they thought to look for it at all makes me curious. Perhaps there's value in delving into how the legend works. We lose nothing from asking the question. Besides, if we're determined to follow the path of the saga, we'll be visiting the giants eventually. Oh, Crow, I have a question I've been meaning to ask. Since we're finished with the feat, where did you acquire that earring? My earring? Do you recognize it? Yes, pieces just like it first became fashionable in Yogg-Turall around 2 years ago. Since then, it's become common to wear one as a charm for safe travel. 20 years ago, right about the time my grandfather made his journey. Yet the Dawn servant implied the earring was connected to a golden city in some way. Surely there is more to its significance than simple fashion. If you want to know how it first came to be crafted, I could try to find out. Seeing as it's a regular seller for many merchants, I'm curious to learn about it myself. I'd appreciate that very much. Thank you. Jumping feet first into the peddler business, eh, Mablu? Right then, that's 2 keystones down. I say we head back to Tuliolo and plan our next move. Farewell for now, and thanks for all your help. I will become Dawn servant. So make sure you set aside your best mezcal for the occasion. She has a fearsome opponent in that brother of hers. He even brought a golden alpaca to her. But you've heard Zarul Jaw's supporters talk. They might see opportunity in his expansionist ambition. They find the man himself intimidating, terrifying even. Whereas I've grown to love Woklamat. Everyone she meets will come to love her too, and that's why she'll win the throne. You might be right, Mablu. You might be right. Feels good to have the feet of gold safely under our belt, even if my victory pales beside Sorota and his shiny gold alpaca. I know I shouldn't let it bother me, and gods know you've all been so supportive. But I want to be strong, or wise, like my brothers. To be a promise that people respect. Which is not likely if I stand here carrying on and on about things. Let's move on. Back to Zabalya of Tai with us. Contest has hardly begun. I'll say I still haven't even gone to the first dungeon yet. I guess I'll pick up the 2 Aethercurd quests. Well, thank goodness, a capable-looking traveler. Please, I need your help. My caravan was attacked by beasts. I had a bodyguard, a young Momo mercenary. He could barely fend for himself, let alone me. He somehow managed to throw me over his shoulder and carry me all the way here, but no sooner did my feet touch the ground than he ran back into the jaws of death. Damned if I can figure out why. Injured as he was, I don't like his chances. Please, I beg of you, go to Chabayukek and save him. Gosh, names are way too different. I can barely read English. What's this, man? Hey, I recognize you. You're Tulky, yes? I've heard about you. Companion to the Third Promise, a most dependable individual. The name's Nopli, and I'll have you know I'm a merchant blessed by fortune, if I do say it myself. Indeed, I believe our meeting today is no encounter, but the hands of fate guiding us for one singular purpose: exchange of invaluable items at an unbelievable price. Forgot to direct your attention over here for just a moment. Feast your eyes on these crates of exceedingly rare and precious crystals. Beautiful, aren't they? They're extracted from remote regions of Eorzea and shine a brilliant orange hue. Quite unlike your run-of-the-mill crystals, no? For you, I'm willing to offer them for a low price of 1 pel in the millions column. It's not highway robbery at this valuation. Anything for a friend of the promise. Even worth a fraction of that price. What do you mean? Considering how much it set me back to purchase them, the price I'm offering should be perfectly reasonable. Strange. These are precious crystals, are they not? Just to be certain, these crystals are considered priceless treasures in Eorzea, right? Not really. Let me see. If I'm getting this right, not only are corrupted crystals commonplace across the salt, but they're also highly volatile. In the past, you once used these crystals together with an elemental converter to do battle with powerful entities, primals. What's more, you kept them in a warded container at all times to protect against the deleterious effects. All of which is to say no practical use of such crystals have been discovered, meaning no one with sense would even bother to mine. The peddler who sold the crystals to me never mentioned a word of this. He claimed they're extremely rare in Eorzea, which is why I decided to purchase them in the first place, even at an exorbitant price he offered. Naturally, I believed him. Having never seen crystals of their like, could you blame me? They really have no use. Have I, Noply the Lucky, been swindled? Yes, I have. Well, at the very least, I was able to learn about the crystal's true nature before selling them to some poor soul. Fortune hasn't abandoned me completely yet. At any rate, I'd like to verify whether these crystals truly hold no value. Would you be willing to help me look into this, though? I need someone I can trust, and that you'd be willing to share the truth with me. There's a lot. No need to answer right away. Give it some thought. If you have no interest, you're free to be on your way. If you decide to assist me, however, I'll be here waiting. You're willing to help me then? Wonderful. You truly are kind-hearted. Now, before I go and confront the merchant who sold me these crystals, I'd like to look into potential uses for them. For instance, crystals are in high demand among Turali mages, who make extensive use of them in rituals. And I just so happen to know a spellcaster among the distillery's guard. I'd like you to speak with them about the corrupted crystals, gauge your interest in purchasing them. In the meantime, I will see about procuring a container to ward off the crystal's harmful effects. For your explanation, preparing an elemental converter with my skills is likely impossible, but finding the requisite material for a warding vessel should be well within my abilities. The mage you're looking for is an individual in the Unewa tribe. If you happen upon someone wielding a staff, chances are you found him. Word wield. Bow bearer. Stave bearing. Found him. Intriguing. I never heard of these corrupted crystals. As a practitioner of the arcane arts, I'll not deny they piqued my curiosity. I'm afraid I have no interest in purchasing them. If they're as volatile as you say, there's little to be done with crystals whose very nature can change. I've never seen corrupted crystals, huh? So even the mage was not interested. Nevertheless, I thank you for speaking with them on my behalf. It seems you're right. Crystals really are worth. I may be unable to make back what I've lost, but there's still one thing I can do. Tulky, I wish to stop that pernicious peddler from crooked ways. Help me. What a relief. Allow me to offer you a small token of my thanks. When you have a moment to spare, please come again. But stop him before he has a chance. Where do I have to go again? At. So much damage. I can hardly believe my eyes. You felt those bloodthirsty beasts. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Thank you for saving me. As a mercenary for hire, I'm ashamed of such helpless evil. So the merchant sent you. The attack on the caravan saw her wares scattered all over. I figured the least I could do was retrieve as much as I could. Thanks to your timely rescue, I can still do just that. No need for you to stay with me, friend. Go and let her know that I'm safe. I'll grab what I can. Shortly. What the? Really aggro Raya's about to get on my mount. Oh, I'm so relieved to hear he's safe. The Momulja take a considerable pride in their trade as mercenaries, but that young man seems to have particularly acute sense of responsibility. I've heard tell that some Momulja travel across the salt to make a name for themselves. As a preliminary step to that, it seems many young hopeful gather experiences here in Tural as mercenaries, bodyguards to sharpen their skills. That said, earnest as he is, the young man failed to protect my caravan. We'll have to discuss some form of compensation. I'm not heartless. He saved my life and risked his own to reclaim my work. There's much to consider. For now, however, treating his wounds. Look at us. The contest has barely begun and we already have 2 keystones. Barely even my talented brothers aren't doing it. I can only hope. List of other. We've now won keystones from both the feat of reeds and the feat of gold. Surely that means our approach to the contest was the right one. That would seem, but continuing to retrace Galul Jaja's journey as presented in the saga, We should find the remaining electors. And let's return to the giants next. Like Krell said, the fact that they were searching for the Golden City might mean they know something useful. The home of the Yokyu is in the upper reaches of Rokopacha. Unless you're keen on scaling the cliffs, we'll have to take the long way around. Osama Uka. This route will take us close to the Moblin village, which is another important saga. Since we'll need all the keystones eventually, it makes sense to pay them a visit while we're passing through. So we call on the Moblins first then. Let's head there right now. I'm afraid right now is going to be a problem. The flight of we wingless, the great stairs leading to the Moblin settlement, collapsed in the storm. What are we to do then? There's an alternative, but it requires preparation. Until it's ready, we could rest at the cabins, see more of the city, whatever you prefer. Just be sure you'll accept any method of travel as long as it gets to our destination. Of course, who do you take me for? Then as your guide, I will see to you there. Well, it seems we have some free time on our hands. Let's make the most of it. I need to get my axe repaired. I nicked the blade pretty bad when I took a swing at Raja. Remind me, I never got around to introducing you to Ropley, did I? He's a man in charge of Wachum Ekimeki. Oh my god. They're way too difficult to pronounce. And a good person to know. Want to come along? Let's go then. Like I said before, English is hard to know. What is this? Fucking it. How am I supposed to pronounce it? Ready? The merchants of Wachumeki are to the east, on the other side of Bayside Bay. Uklama is now accompanying you. Keep her at your side in order to proceed. Same thing. Which sign in it? Oh, poor. This is NTT Tacos, named for its owner here, the lovely T-Soul. If you're after the best tacos in Tuliolo, this place sits at the top, with the Balia pie. You say that they're promised, but you ever only eat at Old Brook Efu's food. Come and buy mine for a change. Sorry, T-Soul. It has been a while, hasn't it? I swear I'll stop for a bite once the contest is over. Wachumeki is everything that Tuliolo was built to be. No, I should guess that he was a pillow type. My, the third promise. How might I assist you this fine evening? Oh, Metropolis. I need to buff a nasty nick out of my act. Yes, it has been chipped quite terribly. Trying to cleave rocks again, or were we? Or something like that. Think he can fix it? He stayed among Tyrol's most prestigious gathering of artisans and asked this question. This child's play. We'll have it repaired for you in 2 shakes of August. Good to hear. I leave it in your capable hands. Who's your companion, if I may ask? This is Tulky, a great adventurer I recruited from across the salt. I brought her here to meet you, actually, though she might have reason to visit Meki later. And allow me to introduce myself. I am Rockley, humble representative of this grand center of trade. A pleasure to meet you, Tulky. Either stop dithering in the shadows and announce your business already. I've seen that man somewhere before. Oh yeah. Right. And the ship. A jewelry maker you met on a voyage over. Oh, I remember. I spoke with him too. Jontain? Yes, that was his name. You've been loitering like a flightly admirer who can't pick up the courage to confess his feelings. Outfit then. Why are you here? That is to say... And we're no closer to solving that. I wonder if you could use someone to talk to. He could use someone to talk to. I say we go and ask. Let me know by Link Pro if you find him first. Ignite, right? Down to get tacos. There's a whole beach out here that I didn't even... Damn. I like this play. Alright, so check this. Tide Harbor. The abundance of reef, Tuliolo's cool water, marine visitors anchor their ships out at sea, or smaller vessels to make. The harbor's name is no idle promise, and boats with shallow drafts can be. The tide is low. Okay, check this. Where? What? Where could he? Oh. That'd be blonde. Oh. Look, man, he's like in the corner of the beach. You're conversing with Master Ropley. Wait, met before, haven't you? On the ship. Yes, person that out of Uldad once. Living here. You found him. Good, I'll be right there. Why'd you run off like that? Did you have business with Ropley or not? Please, you need to concern yourself with my affairs. I'm undeserving of such attention. What are you going on about? I beg of you, do not ask me to explain. Not. Sorry, but the more you tell me not to, the more curious I become. Besides, you look like you need a friend. You're too kind. So be it. I can share with you a morsel of my... Before I came to Tuliolo, I worked as a goldsmith at the most prestigious jewelry maker in Gaw. Eshtame's Aesthetics. Well, it started off well enough, but as the day passed, everything began to go wrong. Compared to the masterpieces of my talented colleagues, my products were lacking. Mediocre. I lost all confidence. Crippling doubt had possessed me, and any veneer of bravado I tried to put forth soon cracked beneath my weight. Thus did I take ship, hoping to find a fresh beginning on your shores. Yet as you witness, I lacked the courage to even approach a potential employer. Stand before a man, wallowing in the wreckage of his... Alright then. He offered a morsel, then served us the full course. Yes, he just kind of traumatized them. You must have really wanted someone to hear your story. If you like, I could try to give you a few words of advice. Then you have experience from my predicament. Feeling terribly inadequate compared to your undeniably peers. Well, when you put it that way, Not me. I'm Wukalamat, third promise of Tuliolo. Daughter of the Dawntrail. Of course, you're a member of a royal family. Please forgive my presumptuous. What of you? Have you ever measured your work against that of your colleagues and found yourself wanting? Can't measure your work by the second. How can I not? Did my work not meet the same exacting standards? No new commissions will be forthcoming. What then was the point of my What then was the point of my becoming a goldsmith? Looking back, it was my father who inspired me to take up the trade. His exquisite creations brought radiant smiles to the face of his clients, and I admired him deeply for it. But in the course of striving to be a great goldsmith as him, I lost sight of my motivation. All I ever wanted was to spread joy through my craft. Perhaps I'll give this one a try. Thank you both for reminding me of what is important. What is truly important. Oh, sorry, Tulky. I didn't mean to ignore you. But yes, I'm glad to see Fontaine is giving himself another chance. I can't help but wonder if Fontaine will fall through. Let's see if he's actually gonna talk to Rob. It was kind of you to come, but you needn't worry. I found my courage. I accept my apologies for my earlier behavior. My name is Fontaine. I'm a goldsmith from Ul'dah and far away. I realize this is a bold request, but I should like to continue practicing my trade here, Wachume, if you will have me. I ask only for the opportunity to bring happiness to others with my creation. So that's what it was all about. You're looking for. Consider yourself hired. Wachu Meki is always in need of skilled craftsmen and I'll handle the necessary paperwork. Start tomorrow. Yes, of course. Must thank you both again for your sage and timely advice. I don't know what this is. I don't know that I was all that helpful. But you were. Had you not come to speak with me, I would not have had the moment of much needed self-reflection. Arrangements have been made. Come and meet me at the entrance of the High Tide Harbor. Oh, I almost forgot. Do you have my axe ready, Rob? Ready and waiting. Behold the sublime touch of Wachu Meki artisan. Oh ho! The sharp and deadly as the first day. I held it. Well, good luck to you, Fontaine. Let me know if doubt creeps back up. I'd be happy to talk you out of it. As for us, we should head for the harbor. Wouldn't want to keep Erenville waiting. Okay. I'm in the middle of both faith, right? I wandered through the Bayside markets and found earrings almost identical. They indeed seem to be a common travel charm, just as Moplo described. I wonder what Erenville's alternative travel is. Yep. I went to re-examine the Tuliolo saga. If we continue apace, we shall soon come to face, or rather face to knee, with this enormous Aku. I am told some of them tower over whole King Raja. All that's waiting was making me hungry, so I tried taco from the Balia of Thai. And teas. I think I prefer tea soul's spicier flavor. We don't ever get to eat tacos. Here's our tacos. Enough with the secrecy. What's this big plan of yours? a ship, huh? Look there. That was my big plan. Heck. What is that? It's a panuti. It'll be our boat upriver. How do you know she won't crash about and sink instead? They're gentle and timid creatures, for the most part. It's unlikely to cause a fuss unless you give. First alpacas, now panutis. We're relying a lot on animals for this trip. We should be thankful we have an animal expert as our guide, though. But it'd have to be my old nemesis, another boat. Well, I took you for someone who was up for a challenge. Was I wrong? Long ago, when fighting still raged between clans, the inhabitants of Ozama Uka rode these riverboats and moved swiftly through. But the vessels, the little use, for all know it. I was able to borrow one of the few which I did consider a dirigible, but the pilots warned me that the updrafts near the poles make it difficult. Will make a landing. He said borrow one, yet there appeared to be several. No. Amati, traveling up the river, I presume. Seems that way. Does this mean you've earned 2 keystones already? Can't believe how well you've managed despite undertaking the contest. Oh, it's okay, Taco. I was never alone. I've had my entourage with me. My friends, it's been, well, not that long. Tancred, Urianger, what are you doing here? Bye-bye. Escorting a promised same as you. I've heard much of the incomparable Archons during my time. As soon as the contest was confirmed, I thought who better to recruit to my cause. I contacted the scholar who arranged an introduction to these. The second promise had specific requirements. They who would be his assistants must boast both proven survival skills and mastery of arts. Thus did Dankred and I receive the summons. My own studies concentrated on technology which our people could readily use, such an invention born of magitech or clever engineering. Where magic was concerned, I covered only the foundation. Knowing you two, I expect you had other reasons for accepting the job. A few. The nation of Tuliolo spans an entire continent. Depending on who wins the throne, the world may plunge into the. Ever have we striven to preserve peace? Where is our place, if not here? We did our due diligence and made sure of who we were working with before this endeavor. He's even more opaque than Urianger at times, surprisingly. That's quite enough of that. Must be on our way. Wait, I have one more question before you leave. Kona and Woklamat are vying for the throne. As Kona's entourage, does that mean you're resolved to defeat all his opponents? We're sworn to do all in our part to win the contest for Kona, even if it means competing against a comrade. We intend to hold nothing back. I expect you to do the same. And we won't disappoint you. I thought you were taking a boat. If even you have been forced to travel on water, then others will be doing the same. I'd rather walk than risk confrontation on a leaky barge with the possibility of... It's true that I can't stand. But I trust the route Erenville has chosen for us. Leave the handling of the punity to me. Should other wildlife attack us, however, I will have difficulty keeping her under control. Do your best to drive away, far from the front of the boat as possible. And we shall remain on deck and stand on guard. Although it will be wise to have at least one of us sit up front with Erenville just in case. I like to stay on deck. I'm eager to put my pictomancy to the proof. I'll take any chance to show you that I can hold my own on the battlefield. Kyle will stand on guard with Tulky. I'll keep Erenville company then. With my blade, I can respond more quickly to threats than often. Thank you. If fight breaks out, I'll try to stay out of your way. And I shall endeavor to provide aid wherever it is. I can do that as well. That should cover most eventualities. Secure your gear and board the boat. Ready. Well, I think we let the hunt begin. Oh, you get first one. How would Alphino be a tank?
Let's get to it.
Oh, he can be DPS. I'm just like, what? How are they flexes? How's a warrior DPS? Oh, I have so many questions. Like, at least Alphino was an Arcanist. I can understand that. But warrior? I guess? That's it. There's a boat like ours up ahead. They're all gods. Raging war. Oh. said this before, but I'm very, very glad AoE and single target share the same combo option. You don't have to start from scratch again for AoE. Fairly nice. Nope. Yes, her running up. Why am I getting points? Fuck. Oh, I didn't expect it to be odds. Here we go.
Aka.
Don't play start by start. I mean, are you playing Zenless? Basically, what you already play and all. hell? Oh, it's basically what you play already. No, you want left. Yeah, that guy. Modern ways. Thank you so much for every 7 months. 75 months. Almost as old as that league cost. Nice sharp there. I should open these chests, huh? What? 50? Not gonna beat that one. Stronger than. I mean, I haven't got the playing it yet either. Can't be that bad. That's. Oh, wait. Yeah, I like. That 12 coming at the end of Hey, have they said what set 12 is gonna be like? I haven't really looked at TF2. End of the month. Around the world. Yeah, I know that much. They put like a roadmap of everything. I know that much. I'm wondering if they've done anything for that.
We mustn't hold back.
First cheese. This world's even. I think about it. I don't even do one world. What strange happens? Why can't my double down do that? Mercury falls. So weird to have Auto. That's also possible. Like, almost. Restrict everything.
Take that!
This is an interesting way to make us use a ladder. They aren't really climbing. What the heck is that? Drowsy. It's actually sleeping. Okay. Guess fitting to its name. Drowsy. What to say? There's no way it's hitting again, right? Oh my god. Work. At work, so I can't talk much. I want to stop by and say hello. I mean, not oh, bravo. First dropping by. Yeah, I work later at night. The afternoon. All that work just come off the cliff. My goodness. A lot of effort for this. Please bring him closer. Thank you. I forgot to paint it before. So used to just pressing it. And I forgot. I think I had to use that one. Is that thing? The next boss, apparently. Apparently we're fighting drugged up Scissor. Honest. What the? Why did it piss off at me? I'm not the one that aggroed at first. Don't keep dying. Can't use my. I think this will actually be better though. Guess next. Apex Predator Apollyon. has an AoE buster.
We mustn't hold back.
Oh. Oh. Apparently. I think it's pretty cool. Okay.
This is as far as we can go on foot, it seems. We'll have to head back and see about fixing the boat.
Hey! Everyone all right?
I was worried we might not catch up to you. Those caverns you traversed were dug by the Yoke in search for gold. Remnants of their excavations can be found throughout this world. Well, I appreciate the lesson, O wise guide. Are we uplanding this boat anytime soon? Our river journey is almost over. For proof of that, you need only look ahead. The falls were impressive enough from a distance. It's almost too much now. Yes, amazing. Now please let me off. No more boats. Are you? Oh, you're not alright. I should be surprised if she was. Even without the nausea all spent. There's a mountain shelter nearby, a resting spot for those who've ascended the stairs. I suggest we make use of it. It would be a welcome respite. Have you the strength for a short walk? We can rest along the way too. Damn it all. A promise is meant to lead from the front, not mule kitten. Oklahoma. Ignore me. It's a nausea talk. I'm fine, really. Lead on. I'll follow. Very well. But if I might say one thing. Just because you're a promise or a claimant for the throne, doesn't mean you can't be struggle. You needn't bear despair. But please don't hesitate to talk to us. We're all willing to. Crowl, I being on others still all fire. Oh, Tulky. I've always believed this is my problem alone, but perhaps you have the right. Alright, I'll talk about things. Just give me a moment to collect my thoughts. Of course, as long as you need. We'll be waiting at the shelter when you're ready. Water. Guess I'll do it after this. I've long felt that I could never tell anyone when I was confused or hurting. That admitting to weakness would bring shame to power. But if you say you're willing to listen, then there are things I'd like to talk about. Come on, let's catch up to the other. I'll be back. I need to go get some water. Okay. Come back and got water. Gosh, that's far. Oh wait, we're in a new area. Wait, no, we're not. I could. I still have 8 turns to pick up. Southwest. Fine. We're going exploring for 8 turns. Gosh, I get so worried whenever I see Aether Current and then a huge ass mountain. I'm just like, oh, please don't tell me I have to climb that thing. I'm not particularly down to climb down. Also, why is it always raining here? It always rains here. So often. Earlier there's like... Ah. Say I don't need to be... Maybe there isn't. Uh-oh. Okay, sitting on our... Ah, they're gonna make me swim. Gosh. Really making us swim. It's Stormblood all over again. I really like, yeah, we didn't have enough this in Endwalker. Here, swim again. Is there any swimming in Endwalker? I think if there was. I genuinely don't remember. Two more. Southwest. I'll go there whenever we go over here, I guess. We're going a bit far from our little location we're supposed to go. Somewhere. Okay. I'll go there whenever we go here. Assuming some time bus line. And if not, we'll go there before I leave it. Now that I've decided to share, I feel some. This place is called Many Fires, for the constant stream of peddlers and travelers who may camp here after climbing the stairs. This side of the region is so different from where the Honolulu, the striking colors of the vegetation. This seems like a cozy spot for Woklora to let her guard down. I know it can't be easy for her. We should stop here for the night. My understand desires to rush ahead, but we need to recuperate from our punishing river adventure. Let's settle it. We'll need a cook fire, and there's meal preparation to be done. Oh, it stopped raining. How convenient.
I've been meaning to ask, but how does one become the adopted child of the Dawn Servant?
I was but a ball of fuzz at the time, so I don't remember much. My earliest memories are of life in the palace. All I know is that I was born in Ikbrash, a village in Yaktel. But I've never bothered to return there. As far as I'm concerned, Ulul Jaja is my only parent.
I quite understand. I have no memories of my birth parents either.
Do we even
For a
have birth
while,
parents?
I wanted to learn who they were. But over time, that curiosity waned. Galuf was my dear grandfather, and he was all I needed.
So our situations were quite similar. Even though Papa already had a trueborn son, he raised me and Kona with no less love. One time, I'd wandered off alone into the forest and gotten lost. Before I became a meal for some beast, Papa dropped everything and came to my rescue. I was scared and sobbing and ready for a scolding, but the head of resolve praised me for surviving the ordeal. I did get my lecture from the head of reason, though. He went on and on about the dangers of the jungle and all the horrible ways I could have died. Growing up, Papa was kind and patient, but a tyrant when it came to training. Now, of course, I realize he was preparing me for my duties as a promise. For all the good it did. There's so much I failed to learn about my own country. Whether it's alpacas or Ihihana, I hardly know anything. I've lived such a sheltered life, yet convinced myself I understood Tural and its people. I don't have Kona's education, or Zoralja's strength. I'm all bluff and bravado, not fit to bear my title.
Why do you?
Why? Because my father built a nation where everyone can live in peace, and I want to keep it that way. I think I see what you're saying. My reasons for joining the contest have nothing to do with my brothers. It's always been about the Turali and what I can do for them.
You said it yourself. How important it is to properly know something. To hear the voices of others, empathize with how they feel, and think how best to serve. In so doing, you'll come ever closer to being the person you wish to be.
I'm sorry, everyone. I've been a fool. From this moment on, I'll stop trying to be the promise I'm not. I won't feign strength to hide my weaknesses. Step by step, I'll learn all there is to know and love about Tulihyolal and my fellow Turali. It might not be the smoothest path, but it'll be a path of my own making. I will find a city of gold for all of us, along with the answers you seek about your grandfather, Kryl. I swear.
I appreciate it, Wuklamart. But you needn't take on that burden as well. Galuf Baldessian dedicated his life to protecting people from all manner of threats. As his granddaughter, I wouldn't wish to endanger others for the sake of a personal investigation. So let's just concentrate on winning the contest. We have a shared goal, and, if at all possible, I'd rather we enjoy the journey.
Hear, hear. We are companions on the same road, bound for the same destination. With our combined talents, nothing will stop us from reaching the Golden City.
Thank you. Thank you all. I am proud to call you my friends.
While in the second promises,
Thank you. Thank you all. I am proud to call you my friends.
They seem to be enjoying themselves. Are you sure you don't want to go and say a word to your sister?
Nay, there is no need for that. But what of you two? Wuklamat's allies are your comrades. It must feel strange to be rivals.
Helping you has made us rivals, aye, but we're not about to break into fisticuffs over it. Unless, of course, it is a matter of winning or losing the contest. Then I'll have no qualms about putting Alizé on her rear.
Despite our long history, never have I been given the chance to test myself against our companions. The thought stirreth within me a most unexpected sense of competition.
Lamachi has surrounded herself with distinguished figures indeed. One of the Studium's finest graduates, the head of the students of Baldessian. And then there's Eorzea's vaunted champion. If she's half the hero you say, then the odds are stacked against us. Not that I've any intention of bowing out. Our time in Urkelpacha only served to strengthen my resolve. We saw how a single storm cut off the alpaca roots and threw my people's lives into disarray. Such uncertainties are why I advocate for the adoption of Sharlayan innovations, that Tuli Yolal might know greater stability and prosperity. Our nation can change for the better, and I will be the man to change it.
Well, it's a start. I imagine your experiences on this journey, all the things you'll hear and feel and think, will help you refine that approach. But to return to the subject of the rite, I'm a touch concerned by the condition for victory. The claimant who breaks the seal becomes Dawntrail, not the one who performed the 7 feats first.
The would-be victor need only possess the 7 keystones.
That is correct. As the contest wears on, we must brace ourselves for greater conflict.
all with the first we're just going through all of them, huh?
Your rivals still lag behind. The second and third promise may have recruited competent lackeys, but none compared to you. How can they hope to compete with the resilient son? The only child ever sired by a two-head. Only the ignorant or foolish could fail to see that you were born to be Dawn's servant.
Such titles mean nothing.
I neglected to mention. When I first heard the rumors that the contest involved the Golden City, I spoke in confidence with Gulul Jaja's inner circle. They all agreed on one thing. Whoever reaches the City of Gold will attain a power so great, it can dictate the course of history. If this power truly exists, then I humbly beg a fair share of it. Time is passing, and I would put my plans in motion without delay. The useless tool is cast aside after all. And just so there is no misunderstanding, you consent to this course, no matter who is made to suffer.
In battle, everyone bleeds. The Dawn's promise is no exception. What better lesson to teach our people the folly of war?
Early. Gotcha. You really are going all four.
I was hoping for a good scrap, but this bloated sack of bile was no challenge at all.
I wonder if the house cat is dead yet.
Be ashamed to lose a plaything, but we'd still have two more.
If I may ask, Chosen One, what are your plans for Tuliolal after you take the throne?
Plans? What makes you think we care about all that?
We care only about the contest and proving our superiority.
That would surely please Mother and Father.
Yes, and when we become Dawn's servant, we'll drive out the weakling masses and invite our kin to live in the city.
Fine idea! Our family deserves better than that rotten jungle. Back to it then. We must catch up to that one-headed pretender and remind him of the natural order.
I made it.
I thought we were missing someone. Where have you been?
Oh, I feared I was done for when I fell from the boat. Yet, somehow I made it. Oh, my arms, I can barely lift them. If I could just rest a moment.
You expect us to wait for you? Those who can't keep up will be left behind.
My brother has spoken. March, or be fodder for the beasts.
But I followed the teachings. Everything I've done, everything I've sacrificed, all has been for the blessed siblings. Wait. Don't leave me behind! I'm begging you!
Oh, the different contestants, I guess. Their plans. It's good to see Ruklamot more sure of herself. I'm glad we could take a moment to talk things through. Woklamat seems happier for it. Doesn't matter if Woklamat is scared of alpacas or gets sick on boats. It doesn't change who she is or what she means to our people. I have some small experiences with pressures of leadership and crumbling beneath its weight, as you well know. If anything good can be said to have come of my failures, I hope it is my capacity to help others avoid some mistakes. Being able to say those things have brought me such relief. Like a stone has been lifted off my chest. I can take a full breath at last. I don't want to encumber myself like that again. I want to be better. Will be better. For myself and for my people. No, oh, trust is now open for us. The Moblin settlement of Irfenshire is not far from here. But be warned, the road we'll be taking is favored hunting grounds for bandits. With the stairs currently impassable, there will be few travelers, meaning the brigands will be desperate for victims to ambush. Although considering our present company, I suppose my concern is unwarranted. Bandits on the road. What have Sir Rule Jaw and the Land Guard been doing? Seems it's up to me to restore the order in the area. And off she goes again. For now, we'll head west and aim for the bank of the second river. I had a feeling we'd be going here. You know? We can go pick up the Aether Currents later. Well, where are these bandits? Apparently they're not foolish enough to attack a party of this size. Irfenshire is just a little further ahead, on the opposite bank of Miyakabek Zoma. But let's remain vigilant all the same. My goodness, these names. Oh, fuck. Well, we'll go Aether Current hunting. I guess I'll follow it. Hunting for it. Oh, I didn't think this fate would have hurt this one. Oh, my. Oh. Also didn't expect this fate to take this little damage either. Like, taking no damage. I love how my auto attacks do 1 damage. That was a mistake. I didn't think this fate would take this long, I'm not gonna lie. Oh well. Sucking cost fallacy now. Somewhere. Oh. Horrible. really do that much damage? I overthink. Makes sense. There's no way. Oh, still does a lot of damage. It's that much damage, right? Gosh, is this the reason it's so tanky? There's so many people in this area. I don't remember Fates being this tanky. I guess if there's this many people in the area, I'll compensate for it as well. My goodness. Things like extremely tanky. My goodness. Anyways. Oh, it's a very, very long date. Fun. Yeah. We do all of them. Eventually. OS. I'll pick it up and then although I suppose I should do one more because I have the Forlorn bonus. Oh, looks like I'm gonna be going there, right? Somewhere there. Fine. my god, that hurts. Ow. Ow, 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 ow. Ow. Give me a second. Oh. I mean, whatever. I was gonna do it on... Whatever. I was gonna do it on whatchamacallit. So it's fine. There's actual things here now. Damn, that gives a million. Oh my. That's a lot. Also gives a lot of bicolor gems. I didn't think Forlorn Maiden was that much. I don't particularly remember. I don't know if they buffed it or if it was always that much. Oh, so that's just whatever it is. Hindsight, I probably should have tuned that I died before I came here. But it is what it is. I think that's all the current there. The rest are just quests. I don't need to worry about the currents in this area. Another claimant in sight. Does that mean we're ahead or behind? No. Even as Hanu culture is distinct from Vanu, Moblin society has developed quite differently to that of their goblin cousins. Goodness me, it's like an entire village is made of pottery. But this is Irvinshire. Look like the entire village is made out of pottery. This is it, the village where the lay of pots from the Tuliolol saga took place. Irvinshire, Wildershire. Might the similarity be cultural inclination? I wonder. The settlements themselves couldn't be more different though. The Shire appears custom built to resemble pots, while the other is a repurposed town. They have the same onomatopoeia now. Welcome to Irvinshire. Do I have the pleasure of happy greeting the third promise and our retinue? That's us. We're looking for the Dawn Servant's Elector. If you happen to know who that is. You're exchanging tongue flaps with her right now. Ridderrock is the Elector you see. Oh, that's helpful. We can cut straight to performing the feat. As much as Ridderrock would like to do just that, we have a much more pressing worry. The storm which hit our village shattered the cliffs and dropped rocks on our brain case. Many help hands for the pot swarm are injured. There's no time for feats or medal tests. I'm sorry to hear that. After learning what the storm did to the stairs, I feared you'd been caught in its path. Not to say change the subject, but what are the pot swarm? Goldsmiths contracted to work for the moblins. The word comes from the pot-like workshops where they practice their craft. The moblins provide these pot sworn with tools, materials, living quarters, everything their artisan could possibly need. This allows them to concentrate on producing widely known as the finest gold and metalwork for all. This is unacceptable. I was promised no destruction. If this is the best they can offer, I should have never left Wachumeki. You see, the Potsworn desert us. Without enough healthy help hands, we're failing to uphold our side with the Pocket Pack. Should all our Potsworn leave, Irvinshire will grind to a halt. We have to do something and do it soon. And let's stand in for the injured helpers. It would give me the chance to learn more about your people and your village. If it brings us closer to beginning the feat, then all the better. This isn't strictly part of the contest, so don't feel obligated to join in. Take a rest while you can. I could use an amp. Well, Tulky means to say, so all help. I doubt any of us could just sit around. I was hoping you'd feel that way. I actually wasn't sure I could do this on my own. We'll take every help hand we can get. Ridderrock could proof swear that once the Potsworn have their perfect workshop again, we will commence the feat with all haste. You and the third promise can help and Racklerock. You other four follow Ridderrock. There are other help hands in need of help of handling. I really appreciate you pitching in. My nap time. And I meant what I said at many fires. There'll be no more feigning strength. No more playing at being an invincible promise. There's one thing I've learned on this journey. It's how practiced you are at aiding those. And I mean to take the most of having such an incredible mentor at my side. Now let's find this Racklerock fellow and see what we can do for him. Makarov can't meet his obligations for more help hands. The pot pact is broken and pots are emptying. You've come to aid Rakarok. Rakarok accepts your hand lending with joyous feel smile. We can offer the Potsworn to promise good living. We might save the day yet. Whatever you need. 655. So lower. What Rakarok needs is for new help hands to create good living for Potsworn Kahi. The help hand assigned to Kahi was hurt during the rock rain. Rakarok took over, but he knows nothing of Kahi. What does Kahi want? What does Kahi need? Help hands do not bother the Potsworn with straight tasks. Our job is to observe and anticipate, to prepare things with guessing. Please guessing with Rakarok. Find out what Kahi is lacking so we can provide it. He can count on us. This is where Kahi works, is it? Let's take a peek inside then. That must be Kahi. It'd be a lot quicker if we could just talk to him, but that's not the way to do things around here, apparently. We'll have to leave him be and try our hand at some guessing. Inspect the workshop. You may move the camera as well as zoom in and out to target point of interest and examine the build. Well, he has no shortage of crafting materials. That must be something else he's... He's barely touched his meal. That dish is meant to be eaten hot, or it loses flavor. It must be boiling, sitting so close to the furnace, and there's no airflow to speak of. How can anyone work in this stifling? Those tools look pretty worn down. Oh. Those tools look pretty worn down. Maybe it's time for some... Alright, after taking a good look, I think I have an idea of what things Kahi might want to improve his working conditions. Let's head back outside and talk to Rakarok. You made your observations. What did you guess think? First off, I noticed Kahi hasn't touched his food, and an empty belly can't be good for his concentration. Maybe the cooking isn't to his liking. But our food is very mouth-pleasing. Why wouldn't he want to eat it? But Rakarok is sure of nothing when it comes to Kahi's taste. I can help you with that. My brother Kona is also Etesaro, and while everyone has their personal preferences, there are some they tend to share. Like an aversion to piping hot dishes. If it was brought to him like that, Kahi probably wouldn't have been able to eat until it cooled down. By the time he came back to it, he might have found it cold and unappetizing. The simplest solution is to serve dishes that taste good no matter the temperature. Rakarok never would have thought of that. Would the third promise mind explaining these things to our cook? Not at all. I don't think that's the only reason Kahi couldn't concentrate. The Hetesaro homeland is hot and dry, but even Kahi seemed to have be suffering in front of that furnace. Is there any way you could cool down the workshop? Oh, we could try Drafty Shard. They make a lovely breed. You know where we can get one. You can gather them from the Shoal of No Return. There are many old boats that are abandoned by those who gave up on their search for the city. So we salvage them from the wrecks. Could you handle that for us, Tulky? Oh, and one more thing. From what I could tell, Kahi files and saws and things were very worn down. Maybe a new set of tools. Ah, Rock was too preoccupied with stocking materials, a serious oversight which he would rectify. Supplying good tools for good living is a help hand's responsibility. Then we all have work to do. We can meet back here when our tasks are all done. The shoals on the return are past the crags, through the tunnel southeast of here. Be able to spot the passage from outside the village. You're Tulky, aren't you? What brings you out here? Ah, the issue for caring for the Potsworn. When they approached me with that same problem, I suggested they commission artisans in Charlotte instead. The quality of craftsmanship would be guaranteed. However, the moblins do not care for the idea. Surely it would be more effective to engage a uniformly trained collective. I cannot understand their fixation on individual contracts. Perhaps the custom will make more sense once we begin the feat of pots. Until then, we've been deemed unfit to assist in the matter of help hands, and are instead tasked with tending the... We're on our way back from procuring herbs for Jay, in fact. Settlements in Kozama Uka, too, have been isolated by the storm's destruction. What would have become of the wounded had not found a way here? Should I become Dawn Servant, one of my first acts will be establish reliable trade routes to the capital. When I imagine how much good we can achieve with Charlotte. My apologies, I have much to consider. You'll excuse. We'll meet again soon, I'm sure. Take care, Tulky. Bye-bye, Dankred. About the tunnel opening, heading toward the passage goal of no return, and recover the drafty ship. Why did that thing not aggro? I was in line of sight and in front. Proximity. Fiery orange crystal. Pale blue crystal. I'm assuming it's the blue. Maybe it's the green one. This crystalline shard feels damp in your hand. It does not appear to be the wind crystal. Green one. This crystalline shard emanates a soothing whisper of wind. Seems you found a crystal rock sent you to salvage. Is that a cool breeze Rock feels? Yes, thank you for finding a drafty shard. Ragnarok will add it to the new set of tools he brought. And I come bearing good food tidings. The cook has prepared a feast fit for the most discerning at Tesaro, and it's on its way even as we speak. Let's go in and see what Kahi thinks of our efforts. I was wondering what occasion called for me to receive so many visitors. A fine meal, new tools, and a welcome source of cool. I remember why I signed a pocket pack. I'm grateful for your kind considerations. Allow me a moment or two and I'll reciprocate with a piece worthy of a potsword. An oil lamp to brighten the halls of Balak Shunsa. The craftsmanship satisfies Irvinshire's reputation for quality, I trust. Such luster, such brilliance. Truly a gift fit for the Dawn Servant. I'm glad you like it. Considering the time I've wasted till now, I hope to continue crafting at this pace. I have a contract to fulfill after all. Forgive my interruption. Lama T, I am told the Lector has deemed the crisis past and is prepared to task us with it. That's great news. Thank you for letting me know. So this is the craft of Potsworn. It's indeed a masterful piece. Thank you for your words of praise, Second Promise. I drew inspiration from Kosama Uka's Nefertiti and sought to capture it in my work. I wonder why the Moblins did not simply build a workshop in the city. Now I have my hand. Even Charlene goldsmiths could not easily replicate such exquisite artistry. One cannot create great things if one lacks impetus. Tuliolo, fortunately, does not want for inspiration. Anyone wishing to learn the basics of a craft would do well to study it there. I was raised among Etsaro more traditionally than most, and the shared ingenuity of Tural's various people was eye-opening. You lived as a traditional Etsaro. I have few fond memories of life. Rock is very grateful for you. I thank you both for your hard work and clever guesting. When it comes to help handing, knowing the Potsworn is really is important. Well, that's true for pretty much everyone you meet. The lesson I've drummed into me several times already. Journey. The lector bids the claimants assemble in the large building on the west side of the village. I will head over after finding Thancred and I also ran into Levier twins on the way here. I took the liberty of directing them to the venue. Anyway, let's not keep Red Rock waiting. Red Rock thanks you for assisting Help Hand Rock. She will announce the feat once the other claimants arrive, so please be patient a little while longer. I'm happy to report that we were able to convince one of the Potsworn to stay. How did you fare? So you managed to do the same. Splendid. Welcome to Irvinshire First Promise. We support your plans for salt crossings and new Potsworn they will bring. Hail the mighty Zeral Jaw. He cleared many piles of rockfall as if they were pebblestones, the resilient son of Dawn's servant. Zeral Jaw was clearing fallen rocks. I'm surprised he would volunteer his time for anything unrelated to the contest. Well, we meet again. Just in time for the feat to begin. I'll bet he was already here, laying low while the rest of us did all the work. Claimants, your attention please. As Red Rock has explained, many of our Potsworn left us following the thorn. The precious metalwork crafted by those artisans bring in much jingly shine from across the salt. Their stream of trade goods dry up, Irvinshire will suffer. Tuliolo merchants will suffer. The Red Rock sets you this feat. Each of you to find one clever hand goldsmith to bring back here. So we're to recruit a new Potsworn. Makes sense for the feat of pots. Claiming this is a feat does not justify taking advantage of the claimants and how does finding workers for you demonstrate their worthiness for the throne? You're free to refuse Red Rock's request. She'll be happy to inform your Dawn servant of Zeral Jaw's disqualification. The right is a mean to an end. The steps we take to get there are not. Then Red Rock declares the feat of pots begun. Remember, a pot pact must be agreed to willingly. No grab snatching or deceitful tongue-flapping. The elector said nothing of taking a willing artisan from a rival. Which exactly what we should. You guys really don't like working, huh? Fine suggestion. I'm glad you think so, brother. Come, let's lay our plans. The Nessie brood is up to something. Aye, he may seek to delay us again as he did the river. We can but remain vigilant while plot our course. What do you think, Woklamat? Have you any candidates in mind as feats? I know some artisans are supporters, but they're all in their twilight years. I couldn't ask them to give up the comforts of Tuliolo to live in a remote village. Or how beautiful. Meanwhile, Kona probably has 100 young craftspeople to choose from. Not that I'm comparing us here. That's just a statement of fact. I suppose we could try asking around Watchum Mickey. Seems like a logical place to start. Back to Tuliolo it is. Wait, does that mean we have to take the boat again? No, 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 I can't do it. I can't stomach another boat ride. You said I should share my burdens. I will speak plainly. The truth is, I get really, really sick on boat. Oh, Clement, that is hardly news. It was brave of you to admit it. In any case, we won't be fighting the current this time. Heading downriver will be much smoother. It will? Are you sure? Oh my god. The cry can't be. Oh. Oh. I'm positive. Mostly. Don't lie to her. And she learned how to teleport. That's what the Aetherites are for. Oh. I need a moment. Upriver or downriver? Ihuka Umu too rough for me. Nausea is a bit more bearable now that I stopped trying to hide it. But I'd still rather not set foot on a boat if I can help it. Alright, I think I'm ready. Let's see if Master Robley can help us recruit a Potsworn. You know, I have 8 rights for this exact reason, you know. So like... Greetings there, Promise. What brings you back to watch Meki? You've not chipped your axe again, have you? No, Master Ropley. I actually have a favor to ask. What do you think? Do you know any craftsmen who might be interested? Filching my artisans for the moblins, eh? Well, seeing as it's the third promise making request, I'm willing to look the other way if one of them decides to take up on the offer. Only I can't think of a suitable candidate off the top of my head. Who do I know with a mastery of goldsmithing that would also have no qualms about relocating to Irvinshire? The Orison Gold. I mean Fontaine. Did say he was employed at some fancy jewelry store across the salt. And considering the distance he's already come, I'd like to think he wouldn't mind moving a little up the river. That said, he's only just got himself a new job. Is it too soon to ask him to sign a pot pact? There's no harm in making the offer. Once he hears how well the Potsworn are treated, he can jump at the chance. Either way, you won't find Fontaine at his workbench at this hour. He's finished for the day, probably enjoying a meal at the Balyev Thai. Hello, Amy. Welcome home. Then maybe we should go and talk to him, just you and me, since he knows us. Wouldn't want him to feel intimidated by having to take a crowd of faces. The two of us can handle this. Take a rest at the cabins if you... Alright, let's go and see a man about the pot. Well, Toki, you're here too. Their promise said she wanted to chat. I've just finished eating, so should we find a quiet spot outside? Last time we talked on this beach, you were in a miserable state. Aha, yes, I was, wasn't I? A lost soul, until the two of you came along and helped me rediscover my purpose. My new place of employment has been most welcoming, and for the first time in a long time, I feel content with my lot. That's wonderful. So what is it you wish to discuss? Well, it's hard to ask this right after you settled in, but I'm looking for someone to become a potsworn. I've heard my new colleagues mention the term. That's when an artisan signs a contract work for the moblins, isn't it? Or you're not a moblin. I'm not sure I understand. It's for a feat in the right of succession. I need to bring a new potsworn to Irvinshire. So that is the way of it. We barely met and after pushing you to work at Wachumeki, I'm demanding you throw that away and sign a pock pact. The selfish request. I have something to tell you, Third Promise. The other day, I completed the necessary procedures for immigration. I'm pleased to say I am now an official subject of Tuliolo. I've since endeavored to learn what I can of my new nation, beginning with the right of succession and its claimants, including you. Now you recall it was my father's example that led me to pursue goals. He was at East End when Guardian forces laid siege to a settlement, and in ensuing chaos, fled. War took him from me in an instant. The man I loved and admired, I never wish to suffer such a loss again. And so, as much as I am indebted to you for turning my life around, it is as a fellow peace-loving Tuliolan I want you to grow. If I can help you achieve that by signing a pock pact, then I shall gladly do. Conjantine, thank you. I shall return to Master Ropley and inform him of my decision. Allow me, I'm the reason you're leaving, so I should be the one to comfort you. Perhaps you remember me, Brok Evu, owner of this Azabalia of Tai. I like a word. You're Wuklamat's ally from across the salt, right? And a hero of some renown, too. They're the gossips to be believed. Well, as it so happens, I could use some heroic help. Doesn't need to be right now, but could you come by when you have a spare moment? Much appreciated. I'll be waiting for you at my shop then. Oh, roll quest. Yeah, sure. I need to use washer first. I'll be right back. Okay. Alright, let's see what this roll got. Okay, I was wondering when you'd be alone. Not a moment too soon either. I've got an urgent job that needs doing, and there's no one else I'd intro. Of course, you'll be wanting to know the details. The long story, so why don't you grab a seat over there? I'll join you. Gosh, of course. Oh. Now that we're all settled, allow me to introduce myself properly. I'm Brock Evu, proprietor of Zabalia Thai. As you know, my establishment is open to anyone, people hailing from across Tyrol and sometimes further. Come here to whet their appetite and slay. Given how we turn no one away, it's inevitable that a few apples might mix into ultimately patron, and therein lies the rub. A particularly rotten bunch we are not. Sitting just over there, in fact, having a conversation. Well, I thank you all for coming here, so far from your respective homes. Orleans? As this is the first time we have all gathered in one place, perhaps formal introductions. I am. Welcome, welcome. Will you be having? Could we have a moment, please? You're in the middle of something very important. Not in where, but oh yes, I am Apiahi. If you are sitting here now, it's because I personally invited you to the passage of the Unbound, my secretive villainous order with ambitions to sow discord throughout. Villains do not often call themselves. Nor do secret orders have their meat places where eyes can. What do you know? Your snide remarks only ruin carefully constructed. If I had time to think of a suitable slogan, and a word. That words are everything. But I digress. I invite you all here for one reason. Throw the world into a mire of chaos, and then watch its nation crumble. What else would we call ourselves not villainous? My only interest is to punish all who dared to mock me, belittle me. As long as I can achieve that, you can call rich the powerful the all shall be crushed under the weight of a grand design for a group of 6. Even if we manage to muster outside, there are limits to what we can accomplish. I regret to say you're right. At present, we are bound and powerless. That is why, in order to raise our fists against oppressors, we find the strength to shatter our shackles. In doing so, we shall become unbound. Like the birds soaring up above, we shall take flight and spread our wicked wings, staining the azure skies black. But sometimes skies become treacherous with clouds and birds. You speak of finding strength. Is that why we're here? To look for it. If so, then I pledge my aid. With newfound might and my beck and call, I shall win adoration known only by a hero. Your eagerness is heartening, and you are correct. The tools to make our goal a reality lay in Tyrol. Across this continent can be found certain artifacts which possess untold power. Did you say artifacts? Oh, I sense an adventurous hunt for instruments of devious devilry ahead. My imagination is overflowing with images of the new form trickery might take. I dare say the world. Yes, well, to get to the heart of the matter, the objects are held by disparate tribes which make their homes in the Ural continent, where they have passed down through the generations of treasures. Whatever stories these people have attached to their so-called treasures matter not. Each contain an essence of a fearsome beast called Tyrol Vitrol, and with them in our possession, none shall be able to stand. We shall take the objects for ourselves, bring them across the sea, use them to undermine nations far and wide. That means by which you each I leave in your hands. I only ask that you. I take it there are no questions. And let the passage of the unbound open onto the world. Begin at once. Very interesting. They didn't order a single thing. That's your biggest worry? That they didn't order a single thing? Really? That's the long and short of it. What do you think? They left without ordering anything. Villainous indeed. It's right there in their name. They're unbound by manner and respect and won't be welcome back here anytime soon. You, on the other hand, can stay here as long as you like. Of course, we had the duty to report what we heard to the Land Guard. We did, but it didn't make a damn difference. Because soon we learned those unwelcome guests were thief. Not long ago, one individual from a remote tribe came here seeking help recovering our soul. Then another came with the same story. Then another, so on. By the time we realized the passage unbound was a real threat, they had one and all made their way across the sea with their ill-gotten gains. Each tribe has sent one of their own to recover what was lost, but being in strange land, they're at a disadvantage. That's why I've been looking for someone who knows every corner beyond. Now, I know you've business in Tyrol, or else you wouldn't be here in the first place. But if you could take the time to hear Tyrol Machun out, you'd be doing a service to many who could really use a helping hand. No, I thought they'd be a joke. I think they'd be actual. Sounds so spookish. Greetings. Allow me to thank you personally for lending your assistance in this matter. We've been quite desperate for someone suitable. Greetings, Raul Machu. At the risk of becoming a daily nuisance, I must ask, have there been any developments you might... A nuisance? Why, I perish the thought. You come just in time. In fact, none other but the vaunted Tulky has agreed to search. Finally, a fortunate turn. As long as our sacred treasures are in wicked hands, our home shall know no. To say nothing of the danger they pose to other nations, if these thieves really did intend on to stir up chaos across the sea, then he had better depart on the ship. Before you do, it might be proper to introduce you to those who have come to Tuliolo in search aid. Lozen Aikwe there comes from a village far to the north. A single warrior cannot hope to withstand the power of her tribe's relic. It requires a stout protector, someone who can be leaned upon when times are darkest. The heirloom that Pine must recover afflicts terrible maladies on its victims. He seeks someone who commands great healing magics to counteract this effect. The search for Shashepya's tribal treasure has been entrusted to the peerless hunter. It requires someone to act as a front-line fighter who can distract her target while her bow takes dead. And lastly, there is Duhei, who knows little about her people's ancient artifact, aside that it must not fall into her hands. She seeks a mage of great power, but anything beyond that lies shrouded in mystery. Aren't you forgetting something, Raholja? Your crisis is just as pressing even if you won't say so yourself. Raholja hails from further south than even Mamu, and has traveled many days and nights in search for someone who can strike out their prey from afar. The only way to escape the effect of his village's treasure. Did I get that right? Indeed, I do get so forgetful in my old age. Thank you, Raul. 5 tribes, 5 stolen treasures. All are waiting for the aid of a brave soul. Hopefully that can be you, Tulky. I regret to inform you, I only have a caster up right now. Of course, I'll share all that I know on the matter. And now that I will not hold it against you, you should choose to assist only those whom your talents are better. So long as you do what you can, the people of Tural I may further. That's gain access for. Oh, hello. Did Brook Evu send you help recover our stolen treasure? Thank the heavens. And judging by your accoutrement, you've learned in the arcane arts. If so, we've need of your power and wisdom. Truth be told, it is wisdom that we require most. See, even though the treasure had been guarded by our people for generations, you know little of its truth. In ages past, the forests of our homeland were plagued with terrible beasts, a constant source of fear and danger. To combat this menace, our mages spent many moons researching the treasure known as the Perch of. Upon unlocking its secrets, they were able to drive the monsters from the woods, bringing peace at last. With the threats all but eradicated, our forebears forbade any further use of the treasure and enshrined it within the village. As the years passed, we slowly forgot what it was to live in fear. Yet, as our struggles faded into memory, stories surrounding the Perch of the Apex became legend, myth. Now none living are certain of its true power. Yet the peace was shattered by the member of the passage of the villain wheedled its way into our trust, then stole on my husband, the treasure's appointed guardian, catching him unaware of a terrible blow that left him unconscious. He has yet to awaken, so my daughter Tepeke has set forth to retrieving what was stolen. Unlike her father, she has no skill in arts. Chose the path of the sword. That's why I've been seeking someone with the. Should ancient power be unleashed, please, if you find in your heart to pick it forever. Oh, thank you, thank you. Our only clue is that the thief's whereabouts is from something he mentioned during his stay in our village. He spoke of his desire to bring change to a place called Rats at Hand. That is where Tepeke decided to begin a search. We board a ferry bound there, by way of Linsa, her trusted sword in hand. That's how you'll know her. She agreed to stay in Rats at Hand to get information until. I know nothing of the place, but it's likely she can be found in a marketplace or such. Please bring our treasure and my daughter safely. Rats at Hand. Back there. Oh, I spent so much time here last expansion. Oh, are you looking for me? Whatsoever for? Okay, and you say my mother sent you. I take it she's already explained the details, such as how we know next to nothing of the treasure and its capabilities. We have only the legends passed down to our forebears to go on. They speak of a vitriol of an owl that once terrorized the fool, whose soul is sealed within the perch of the apex. The tales have only become more vague as the time obscured the treasure's origin. Even our village's oldest remembers naught but an ominous warning uttered by those who once wielded magics. The master of the apex shall be showered with good fortune, yea, leave only sorrow. It's clear that despite owing their safety to the apex's power, our forebears viewed it as something to be feared. It must be truly immense. Now on to the matter of the thief. Even during our brief acquaintance, he made plain his desire to bring change to the Rats at Hand. Naturally, I've started my search here, and have been seeking anyone to express dissatisfaction with the status quo. Surely enough, I soon heard stories of a recent arrival. Self-styled savior of Rats at Hand, who claims that he will lead the city to greatness, and calls himself Justicar. Has apparently taken on the burden of personally exterminating the beasts which infest Daphne's wilds. He made a great show, claiming he alone is equal to the task. While he certainly draws a crowd with his boasting, they only watch with morbid curiosity as he sets off into the jungle alone. I realized this could have nothing to do with our problem, but even the smallest lead must be pursued. I've heard he often gives his speeches at the region smaller settlements. But shall we go to see this Justicar for ourselves? It's decided. I heard Yedelmed would be a good place to start. Hopefully there we can find our next crumb of a clue. Oh, there we leave. That's it. Tulky, we're in luck. This boy saw the very man we seek. It seems he gave the same grand speech about saving the people, claiming the danger lurked nearby before venturing forth to combat it alone. Yet the Radiant host cannot well stand idle if there truly were beasts afoot. None of them followed him. All we need to do is pick up their trail. He ran toward the shroud. We might be able to spot him from Kachaya's footsteps. You can see the whole forest from there. Thank you. You've been very helpful. So Tulky, let's head there and see what we can find. I'm flying here. Feels nice to have flying. I don't like being laid down. Now then, let's begin our search. Since I've never actually seen the Justicar, I suggest we find a Radiant Post soldier first. They do all wear similar armor. That must be him, but what happened? We better get down there quickly. Find everything. They cut off the host part. He's just a Radiant now. Not to worry, Tulky. He's unconscious, but otherwise appears unharmed. What happened? We heard you came here in pursuit of Justicar. Do you remember anything? Yes, I eventually found him. He was confronting that fiend that now lies dead. That small little one. I didn't think he'd be a bowman. At last, the Justicar graces rats at hand. I shall bring unending peace to this beleaguered land. You are brave to follow in my path. You indeed possess the mettle to even consider terrors which threaten our home, let alone stand against them. Be courageous though you may be, you are far too weak to follow beasts mighty. Quit this place of your life. Hurry at table. I'm a radiant host. If I ran away from such meager prey, I would become a laughingstock. I'll bold to look death in the eye without flinching. I doubt not your conviction to defend rats at hand, yet I believe it pales before. O Apex, bestow upon me your divine might. Do not heed my call. I require your power more than ever. Something's supposed to happen? Why? Am I yet unworthy? Or mayhap there's a button I must press. This is not what I expected. Stand aside, I'll dispose of this. Just give me a moment. It cannot end like this. I won't be made a fool. Come on, you moldy trinket. Work. Transform me into the hero of Rats at Hand. Got bonked on his head. He brandished that idol and became wreathed in a mysterious light. Then boulders started falling from the sky. Down they came, one after another. That's when I must have been struck unconscious. I recall only faintly, but I think I heard the man quite excitedly, as if he had come upon a sudden revelation, or as if he was overtaken by madness. It seems he got away unscathed. Either he had an incredible stroke of luck, or whatever he was beseeching to actually end. And it is as I suspected. This Justicar is the self-same thief who stole the perch of the apex. But no doubt he's long departed from here. First, I'll escort this fellow back to Yedomad and keep a close eye on him. Head wounds can have dreadful after effects. The soldier made his way to Rad's at Hand to make a formal report. And what an odd report it will be. His account seemed to align with the legends of the treasure's power. The wielder escaped unharmed and brought ruin to those around him. If those falling rocks had been a freak accident, I'm not so sure. You won't believe it, he came back. Who came back? The Justicar? Yes, not long after you left. He said he beat up a monster that knocked out a Radiant. And he was laughing his head off. Did he really do that? Is he stronger than a Radiant? Whatever he did, the monster is slaying us. Well, my mate can't stop talking about him. He wants to be just like the Justicar. His mom and dad weren't happy about that, though. I advise you and your friends to look at a different role model. But we thank you for telling us what happened. Well, there is one of his fiends skulking about, I suppose. He may have been simply testing the treasure's capability, and as far as we know, he's yet to use its power to evil ends. I find his motivations a mystery. To steal the perch of the apex by force only to come here to Davner and use it for good. It makes no sense. You've heard tell of this passage of the Unbound, yes? Many have ventured to Tulioliol claiming to be their victims. Yet here they would be saviors. He had such noble goals, then why did he stoop to such devious deception? What could he be plotting? But that's neither here nor there. He stole from my people, and that misdeed can't be forgiven. The perch of the apex helped us win peace. By its might, our forebears built the foundations of the lives we now lead. Until recently, it stood silent, symbol of our pride as a people. It reminded us that we get carved out a home in the inhospitable wilderness. Being trusted with its protection is a great honor. I was so proud of my father when the elders chose him. so proud to be his daughter. Yet since the day was stolen, some of the other villagers made their disdain towards him only clear. I couldn't bear it. That's why I must get it back. Restore my village's pride and my father's reputation. There's still so much we don't know about the Justicar, but we have to assume he's learned to wield the apex of power. I can't say whether those falling rocks have anything to do with it, but I won't discount it outright. I'll continue looking for his whereabouts. While we still have so many questions, with both of us working together, we'll find the answer enough. Tulky, I'm afraid there have been some developments that are less than encouraging. News of the Justicar's action has spread throughout the city, with each retelling his deeds become more valorous. The younger citizens in particular seem to view him as something of an idol. Despite the creatures he hunts posing no real danger, he will paint them as mighty beasts in telling. Of course, the radiant hosts are far too busy to trouble themselves calling every pest that casts a sideways glance at the city's gates. Yet the Justicar has twisted circumstances to his advantage. He proclaims to anyone who will listen that the radiant hosts shrink with terror before these beasts, that he's the only one who can eradicate them. But you might expect such claims to be dismissed as wild ramblings. Seems no few people have fallen for his ploy. The whispers of his exploits among the youth have practically grown into a clamor. Yet we mustn't be discouraged, for his increasing fame only makes it easier for us to sniff out his trail. And where better to start than Rad's at hand? I'll see you there, Tulky. So, where the heck is my... Where's my praise? Am I not the one that saved this damn world? Man. It's these days. Given how large a city is, let's split up to cover more ground. I already have a destination in mind, the High Crucible. I hear the alchemists there can concoct all manner of tinctures and powders, including those which help in detecting traces of energy left behind by magics and the tools. Fallen rocks have invariably marked locations where the Justicar has performed wonderful feats. I believe an alchemic mixture can help us determine if their presence is the work of a treasure. I'm hardly an expert in such concoctions, though, so I'll seek advice at the High Crucible. While I'm doing that, I would ask that you go to the Hall of the Radiant Hosts, see if they have any new information on Justicar's whereabouts. Does that plan sound agreeable to you? Great. Now we both have our tasks, let's get to them. I'll meet you back here once my business is done. I'm tired of hearing about this Justicar. Popularity among the city's younglings is quickly becoming a cause for concern. Try as we might to refute his claims, the Radiant hosts are allowing monstrous beasts to run amok. You know how young minds are impressionable, difficult to change. We initially disregarded him as a boastful eccentric, but his alarming sway over the populace can no longer be ignored. We are at present considering whether to open formal investigation activities. You and this ally of yours have done well in your search thus far. You even have a working theory about the falling stones, quite impressive. Several of our number have encountered him during their patrols, only to lose sight of him under a hail of rocks. Such incidents have become all too frequent, and many in our ranks act. For now, I'm afraid this is all I can offer. Please share what I've told you with your companion. Together we may yet hunt Justicar. It's hard to know that Radiant hosts are taken seriously. Thank you for speaking with them, Tulky. I've got tidings as well. I explained the situation to the alchemist. They provided a powder that should help detect traces of magic in the environment. I say help, because a powder reacts only faintly on its own. To function properly, it requires skills of one practitioner. Luckily, I have you. I committed to the locations of all sightings of the Justicar to memory, and closest to us was at the perfumed prize. Let's hope this powder works as intended. Damn it. Oh. What do you mean unable to teleport? Oh. The Justicar was sighted near here. It didn't have any other conspicuous stones around, so I've sprinkled the powder over this one. Now concentrate your focus or inner eye of whatever it is the locus of your power, and see if you can't detect any unnatural forces. So we're able to detect anything. I knew you could do it, but because there are no crystals in the rock, the energy detected must be remnants of some kind of spell. Right. Taking the story of the Radiant rescued previously into account, we conclude that the Justicar used a treasure to call these down from the sky. At least we have an inkling of its truth. Even so, not every question has been answered. The Radiant told us that even as Justicar stood before the creature, he seemed to have trouble calling forth the power at first. My father once said that the perch of the apex is much like the wand he used magic. Of course, the main difference between them is the unique nature of the sword within the treasure. I know little of such arcane instruments, but you must be quite familiar with them. How do you use yours? I see, even with the right instrument, spellcasting requires to use it. Justicar seems to lack any such. So how did he tap into the treasure's power? I suppose the perch of the apex possesses some unique bit of activation. When I spoke to representatives of the other tribes about their treasures, no one mentioned special techniques being required. Not that the relic should have much in common to begin with. You two, did you see an Alri girl pass through here by herself? I'm afraid not. What happened? Wait, I recognize you both. The hero of the final days and our recent visitor from Thrall. Apologies for the imposition, but I may beg your assistance. It's all that Justicar's fault. The girl said she was off to join the Fool's Crusade and ran out of Yedelmad before anyone could stop her. Her mother begged us to find her, but she's following the Justicar. She could be anywhere. You see, he's been sighted at the locations scattered all over Daphne. Can't stand here looking at rocks while girl in danger, especially if the Justicar is involved. I have to help. That'd be much appreciated. We're searching places where Justicars have been spotted before, so perhaps you could start where he hasn't been. Good idea. As far as I know, he hasn't been sighted at the northern shore. Come on, Tulky. No, that's the first Radiant actually. I heard fighting, so I came as fast as I could. It's a good thing you arrived in time to save the girl. Thank you, miss. Thank you. I'm glad you're safe, but your mother must be sick. You shouldn't wander off like that, especially not to look for a trickster like Justicar. What? You mean he's a bad man? Yes, exactly. He stole an important treasure from my village. Now he's using it to make himself brave. But he needs to kill the monsters to protect us. That's no excuse for stealing. He might have fooled you younglings, but the Radiant host knows what he's up to. He said he'd save us from the monsters. He's our hero. The Radiant said we shouldn't be scared, but we all know that Justicar is the one who keeps us safe. We don't need the Radiant safe. Hero can. Ah, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have I shouldn't say bad things. They protected everyone in the final days. I guess I forgot how much they care about us. Sorry too. I shouldn't have spoken to you like that after all you've been through. You said that Justicar is a thief and a trickster. I hope it's not true. My hero. Well, I'd best escort her back to Yedelmad. I'll meet you there later, Tor. Man, these kids really do forget that. The girl and her mother are reunited, and I think we can both give ourselves a pat on the back. We're on our way home to inform the Radiant host. Well, I would like to apologize for before. I let my emotions get the better of me. And harangued that poor girl when she was hardly to blame for anything. I really should have been scolded myself. Okay, there's something I've neglected to tell you before. The man who now calls himself the Justicar came to us in the guise of a merchant. He is eager to ask about the perch of the Apex and its history, and I was equally eager to tell him, not even considering what he might do with the information. I'm so proud of my father for being appointed as its guardian. I suppose I was trying to impress the stranger out of sheer vanity. That vanity led to my father being attacked, and treasure being stolen from under our noses. I have no choice but to make amends for a mistake and back. Yet some are convinced that Justicar acts only to serve the greater good. I couldn't accept that he might not be as rotten as I thought, and lashed out at the wrong person. From now on, I can't let my emotions cloud my judgment. I must remain calm and look at the facts for what they are. The facts say that Justicar has done no harm to the people of Daphne. Even so, the organization he serves, Passively Unbound, is evil to its very core. If his actions at my village are not villainy, I don't know what is. The situation is fraught with contradictions. I still don't know what to think. What about you, Tulky? If he hasn't attacked anyone, actions turn on. I agree. It speaks of justice and heroism with great bluster. Yet there's something we're missing. Thank you, Tulky, for your wise words. I sometimes find it difficult to keep my heart from skewing my perspective. I'm grateful that you're here to help me see clearly. So it seems our objective is unchanged. We track down the man who stole my people's sacred treasure, whatever his intentions may be. Unraveling them comes secondary to finding the man himself. I'll continue to pour my every effort into the search. Stop by from time to time, and I may have something new to share with you. What level's the next one? 72. I wanted to make sure, because I'm not quite sure if they kept at every 2. They have. In the past expansion. Just in case. Master Ropley, I'm sorry to have you tell you this, but Fontaine has agreed to sign a pot pact, yes? While it's a shame to lose a capable goldsmith, to have one of our own handpicked to serve the third promise is a great honor for Wachu Meki. I appreciate your understanding. Of course, if you happen to know other talented artisans, regardless of their expertise, I hope you send them my way. It could even be yourself if you're so inclined. I'll keep that in mind. Though my time here was brief, I will not forget your kindness, Master Ropley. I'm blessed to have these workshops be my first home in Tuliolo. Come back to us if the moblins cut you loose. You'll always have a job at Wachu Meki. I expect you'll want to leave for Irvinshire as soon as possible. I'll go and pack my things. What became of Fontaine? Were you able to find him? We did, and he's agreed to become a potsworn. We'll leave when he's ready. We still have a little time. Splendid. We shall meet you anon. I had plenty of reasons to win the contest, but now I have one more. Bonjatane's putting his faith in me. I won't let him down. Oh, 65. My gear is still probably better. We now unlock deliveries. Right then, I have some things to take care of at the palace. While you can pass the time however you like, I suggest you head back to the cabins. After all, even heroes need rest. And we still have a big journey ahead of us. Welcome back, madam. You've had a Landsguard messenger most anxiously waiting for your turn. Tulky of the Third promises entourage. I've been all over the city looking for you. The Dawn servant summoned you to the palace. You're to present yourself to the gates guard stationed outside Sun Perch at your earliest. Oh, and one more thing. You're not to mention this visit to Waklamat. Not too. Dawn servant awaits you within. While I was not informed of reason for your audience, in terms of attire, I would suggest a full battle regalia. Oh, fight us, huh?
Forgive me these sudden summons. When I learned my daughter's champion was back in the city, I couldn't resist the opportunity. And they call me head of resolve for good reason. Old as I am, I have not lost a battle worthy of the name since the day I took the throne. And I've been craving a proper challenge. The Lance Wielder, Estinian, he fought well enough, but our bout was ended before a victor could be decided. Judging by the sailors' gossip, you are a warrior of renown in your homeland. Yet I wonder, with all your deeds done and victories won, are you warrior enough to stand against me?
Why don't we find out?
A spirited answer. Why not, indeed? The battle rages upon me. I'll stop short of killing you, of course. But expect no other mercies. Come! Ready your arms, and show me the truth of the tales. Test the waters. They didn't even blink.
Ah. Ow. I didn't think it was that wide.
I see you know the Viper style. Let's see how you handle this.
Ooh. Dynamo? Oh. See. No, I figured that'd be a dynamo, but it's not. I thought that cross up got smaller than it was. But it's not. All good.
Give it your all. I want to fight to remember. Let's test the waters. They didn't even blink. I see you know the Viper style. Ha! Let's see how you handle this. The spearman did not lie. Very well then. Resolve and listen, Kingdom. All right.
Hey, cast. Let me cast. How very nice of you.
Did you think you had my measure? Take this! Rest in will do. You've shown me more than enough.
Hey Sushi, how's AX?
I brought my full strength to bear against opponents before, but you are the first to withstand it. Even with my head of reason asleep, I never expected you to give me so much trouble. Estinian did not exaggerate. You are a force to be reckoned with. Now, a confession. I said I crave a challenge, and that was no lie. But I had another reason for calling you here. I had to judge for myself if you were fit to attend my beloved daughter. In some respects, she is much like me. Hard-headed and prone to rush into danger. But one with your talents could readily dispatch the threats that bar Lamachi's way. Will you hear my question and answer me plainly? Address me not as the ruler of Tuliola, but a concerned father. Thank you. Then tell me, given your journey together thus far, what is your impression of Lamachi? Whether it be as third promise or just a companion on the road. Speak your mind.
He's young but has potential. She desperately does want to prove him.
Ha! A tactful response, but agreed. She is not ready for the throne. Not yet. Lamachi thinks she understands our many peoples. Their histories, their cultures, their beliefs. But she knows only what she's seen in the capital. And it's not only her who concerns me. Even this early in the contest, you must have realized. As potential rulers, all four claimants are lacking.
Not wrong.
This is why I elected to hold the right of succession. Not to choose a fitting candidate, but to cultivate one. And if no one has impressed me by the end of it, then to no one will I yield my throne. As a parent, I pray that my children rise to the occasion. With outsiders dragged into my game, I am also hopeful that the different perspectives you and your companions have to offer will inspire them to grow. I imagine you in particular have traveled many lands, know many peoples and cultures, loved them and being loved in turn.
Guide Lamati as you think best. Walk at her side and, when needed, push her to walk ahead.
I knew it. There I was, about to sit down for some of Namika's cooking, when I heard that Papa had sent for you. You were dueling behind my back, weren't you?
That look.
I see there is no point in denying it. You needn't worry, daughter. I took care not to inflict lasting injuries. You and your ally may return to the contest without disadvantage. No harm done.
I swear, just as I was learning newfound respect for my father. Let's take our leave of this battle-mad oaf before he calls on the rest of my entourage.
I don't think he will.
Watch over her, champion. Kuna's recruits are no less sharp, as one might expect of Galloff's countrymen. They saw the flaws in our claimants from the outset. The other two, though, they dismiss comrades willing to point out their shortcomings, and no good can come of it.
Damn, one being his actual child. If he had this his way, Papa would keep dueling until the day he dies. Even now, I only know of 3 people who didn't need to be carried away after their bouts. The Raul Cha, your lance wheel continued. Oh, you really do live up to your fierce reputation. I'm curious though, did Papa want anything else of you? Well, if that's all it was. I still haven't had one bite of Namika's food thanks to Papa's nonsense. I'm going to go to finish my plate before I head out. I've otherwise asked everyone to meet at the Forand cabins. Come and join us after you've had a moment to recover, eh? What? Okay, I was about to say there's no way we can't jump that. That looks jumpable. How come we never get... Oh. Sorry to keep everyone waiting. Is that it? You're all set to go. I left Aori as I prepared to travel in search of work, but I had few belongings to begin with. Bidding farewell to my fellow artisan took rather a lot of time, however. Again, I appreciate you making this commitment, Anjane. So we depart for Irvinshire then. A word before you go. Evu, what are you doing here? Ah, I spend my days correcting manners. Here I am, perpetuating the grave offense of delaying promise of departure. Please take off your axe and rend my flesh on Akumi. Why should demands be so gruesome? Besides, I told you that kind of thing doesn't bother me. Alright then, I won't let it bother me either. What's that all about? I come to the city to purchase supplies when I spotted your entourage getting ready to leave. You seek the city of gold, if I'm not mistaken. That's right, it's the final step of the rite of succession. If you know anything about the subject, I'd love to hear it. Then allow me to be of service. As you know, legends of the Golden City have been passed down in Tural for 1,000 years. Yet when it comes to describing the place itself, the stories do not always. Some portray it as one might expect. A glittering metropolis of golden towers. Others suggest it more unassuming, owes the name to a fabulous treasure hidden in the heart. Every telling, however, has a common thread. Those who go in search of the Golden City return. The lesson to be learned from this, their promise, is that to seek the legend is to court death. I must implore you to proceed with the utmost care. That is all I wish to say. I shall pray for your safe journey. Thank you, Wokevu. What are we to make of these cautionary tales? If every expedition has ended in tragedy, how then did the Dawn Servant find the city without incident? It seems the legend originated with the Yaku. Speaking with them remains our strongest lead appeal. A lead we shall follow in time, but first let us see Fontaine safely into the Moblin's care. Meanwhile, in Kozama Uka.
Finding a willing artisan was even easier than expected. Many indeed are eager to curry favor with the Resilient Sun, especially if it means sharing the promise of new territories.
Those who prove useful will have all the land they desire.
Such generous words, yet the manner in which he speaks them. If neither wealth nor territory are of value, wherefore does he seek to bring the world to heel?
Step aside.
Remind me. There was no rule against poaching craftsmen from other claimants. Was there?
Do not be foolish, Bakul Jaja.
Foolish would be carrying on with these dull feats when all I need to win are the keystones.
Hello, Elemental Manga.
And besides, it's long past time I humble this arrogant one-head. The Dawntrail may have sired you against all odds, but there is nothing blessed about your birth. Only a two-head is fit to rule. Only we are worthy. Draw your weapon! Face me in battle, and learn your place.
A moment, First Promise. Leave him alive, if you would. I foresee a use for this nuisance.
Too scared to make the first move? Then allow me!
Damn, he's not knocked down by one punch.
But he's just a runt.
He's Saitama, apparently. No use for swords. I don't know why he's not a monk.
Thanks for your restraint.
Goodness.
I can kill him whenever I please.
Your part in this is far from over.
We're back and we brought with us a willing potsworn. This is Fonjintain, a talented goldsmith who once worked at Eshtame's Aesthetics. Wonderful, impressive. You are first to return, Third Promise. With an artisan from across the salt, no less. Welcome you with your unique skill. Opand will show you to the work pot. This is it then. I look forward to hearing you proclaim Dawn Serpent. Thank you, Fonjon. I'll be sure not to disappoint you. You have met the requirements of pot. Red Rock presents your keystone with joyous smiles and that makes 3. More potsworn candidate. Come, tell Red Rock your tales. Another feat accomplished. Stone acquired. Ho ho ho. Are doing. Expected nothing less than Raw's esteem. Your cleverness in particular is most admirable, I promise. You must have you apply that Charlie knowledge so cherish, and armed Tural with weapons of Magitech design. In your role as a Dawn Servant's chief advisor, the tools of war hold no interest. I wish only to improve our nation practically. Foreign powers will think twice about testing our strength when Tuliolol is acknowledged. Just as the Garlean Empire was deterred from invading Garlean. That may well be true, but how long will it take for Tuliolol to progress to this advanced state? How many years? A collective commitment to education and hard work should make so very. Their way is to easier to expand our territory while Charlian. Conquer other nations through force of arms. You're looking at a future of uprising and bloodshed. Yours wouldn't be the first failed empire. Then we keep fighting until the mounting costs convince them to lay down their weapons. They'll all have grown tired of them. How would such an outcome bring anyone joy? What you propose is a mockery of peace. Redrock is reminded of days. In the time before Tuliolo, there were no pot packs or the pot swarm. It was normal to grab snatch artisan, force him to work. Hobbies. Until the day Kulul Jaja arrived. The families of the grab snatched pleaded with him, so he came to retire. Mobbies are not war-make people. We feared death had come for us, but Kulul Jaja just talk. Deities, we're here to trade words. The gold work crafted in this village is superb. One can tell at a glance the quality of material, mastery of technique employed. Yet it does not stir the heart. A goblet shaped by bound hands and broken spirits is the void. Compare that now to the work of a joyful artisan. She pours her very soul into her creations, shine like a newly born sun. Have you not seen this to be true? And so began the custom of good living. Happy pots worn make good works, and good works make mobbies happy. Golul Jaja's words were wise. Joy smiles did indeed bring fine craft and much. But a head of reason was behind the foraging of pot packs. Yes, reason and clever thing changed Mobby's way of life. The first promise tires of your talks of the olden days. You would rather look to the future and the next. We should be getting on as well. But cool Jaja never did come back, did he? You have a moment, third promise. Rock will repay you for help and helping with Kahi. He brings a tale of the city. Really? I'd love to hear it. The towers, the streets, all fashioned from gold. Everywhere you look, every splendor you can. The young, the old, everyone in between, they live in golden happiness. A city of eternal bliss, forever perched above the clouds. Everything fashioned from gold, eh? And just imagine everyone living in golden happiness. Now that's a city I'd like to visit. Excuse me, Rock. Where did you hear that particular tale? For a long time, we all queue friends. They live up in the mountains in Urokopacha. The giants. Seems everything is pointing us their way. This feat and everything leading up to it has taught me much about Moblin's way of life. I'll be sad to leave Irvinshire and joy smile. Okay. Well, I'm probably gonna have to stop here. I need to go prepare for work. I think we're still so early at the expansion. Oh, so much more to do. That's what we're at. And I got a lot more to do. Well, anywho, I'm done for now. Thank you for watching, and thank you for sticking around. Hope you have a good rest of your day or night.